This is a virtual meeting using the Zoom platform. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8 or the city's website. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 star. If you're a council member, please be sure to have your video camera on and be mindful that we are streaming this meeting on Channel 8 and on our city's website. The chat function is disabled to ensure that the public can see all portions of the meeting. The city clerk is the host of the meeting, and I and our IT staff will be the co-host. Council members and panelists will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. Please mute yourself when you have finished speaking, and remember to lower your virtual hand to prevent disruptions. Members of the public who have registered to speak will be recognized at the proper time. As a reminder, we will use roll call votes only where required by law or when requested by a council member or the clerk. Other votes will be voice votes counted by raising hands in the Zoom app or as the chair determines. If a member disagrees with the stated outcome of the vote or feels that their vote was not properly heard or is not recognized, the member should immediately request the mayor's attention. This time I'll call the Urban Renewal Authority meeting to order and ask the secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huseman,
Present.
Vice Chair Frank,
Present.
Board Member Madera,
Here.
Board Member Alan Thomas,
Present.
Board Member Noble,
Present.
Board Member Guardiola,
Present.
Board Member Hurst,
Present.
Board Member Grimes, Board Member Smith,
Present.
Board Member Fairfield, Board Member Tedesco, Board Member Lewis, Board Member Boucher. Chair Huseman, you have a quorum. Chair Huseman, I believe you're on mute.
Hey, thank you. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. Councilmember Allen, or Board Member Alan Thomas,
So moved.
Board Member Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. Prior to doing that, I do want to recognize that Board Member Grimes has arrived late to the meeting but is present. And we'll do a voice vote. Please use your physical hands in the chat window so your vote can be counted. And that is going to pass 8-1 with Councilmember Grimes voting not in favor of excusing those members not present.
Mayor,
This time-
I'm sorry, I wasn't sure if I should vote since I was the late party. I'm happy to vote yes to excuse myself.
Well, actually, there's a bunch of URA board members that are not present. And now that you're present, you could have voted. We'll make that 9-0 with your permission.
Thank you.
Thank you. And be 9-0 with all the absences noted. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the minutes of December 21st, 2020. Board Member Madera,
So moved.
Board Member Alan Thomas.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of December 21st, 2020. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. Please use your physical hands in the chat window so your vote can be counted. And that is going to pass 9-0 with all the other absences. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to enter into an executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402 parenthesis 4 sub parenthesis A and E to discuss the sale of real property and to consider negotiating positions for parcels A and B. Board Member Alan Thomas,
So moved.
Board Member Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to enter an executive session for the purpose stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. Please use your physical hands in the window. And by a vote of 9-0, we will go into executive session. The city attorney has already circulated the link for that Zoom link. We'll return to this Zoom webinar prior to adjourning this meeting. Okay, the Commerce City Urban Renewal Authority is out of executive session at this time. Is there any action to be taken by the board? Do not believe so. So we will adjourn the Commerce City Urban Renewal Authority meeting, and we will call the regular meeting of the Commerce City City Council to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Huseman,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank,
Present.
Councilmember Madera,
Present.
Councilmember Alan Thomas,
Present.
Councilmember Noble,
Present.
thank you, Councilmember Ordiola,
Present.
Councilmember Hurst,
Present.
Councilmember Grimes,
Present.
Councilmember Smith,
Present.
Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thanks, sir. I just want to state for the record that this meeting has started officially at 7:26 PM. At this time, would like to invite those in the Zoom webinar to unmute your microphone and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Gibson, oh, there we go. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
Indivisible.
with liberty and justice.
Justice for all. It's the original meeting link.
Thank you, everybody. All public comment will occur during citizen communication except for public hearings. Persons who registered to speak under multiple items will be allowed to speak multiple times. Does any council member wish to move to modify this practice? Seeing none, we have first on the agenda an executive session. I'm looking for a motion and a second to enter into an executive session regarding the city manager recruitment pursuant to CRS 24-6-402 parentheses 4 sub parentheses E, F, and G for the purpose of reviewing and discussing applications and materials related to candidates for the position of city manager, which are documents protected by the mandatory non-disclosure provisions of the Colorado Open Records Act. Reviewing candidates and discussing personal matters and determining negotiating positions and instructing negotiators on matters that may be subject to negotiations concerning the contract for the city manager. Councilmember Alan Thomas,
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to enter into executive session for the reasons stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we will do a voice vote. Please use your physical hands in the chat window so your vote can be counted. And that is going to pass 8-1 with 9-0. Thank you. The city manager or city attorney has already circulated the Zoom link, so we will leave this meeting momentarily and rejoin the executive session link that was included in your email earlier today. See you there.
Mayor, I assume you don't want staff there, right?
Actually would like Mr. Sheasley and yourself there.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. City Council is out of executive session. Next on the agenda is citizen communication. Per council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address council on business and affairs of the city. The city council is not able to hear any comments at this time on land use matters that are before or may come before council. Please reserve such comments for the appropriate public hearing. As a reminder, we take your comments seriously, but do not generally respond to comments until later in the evening. Council must wait until administrative council business to take action in response to citizen communication. Council members can ask questions of speakers if desired. The city needed advanced registration in order to participate in citizen communication for this meeting. If you are currently in this meeting to speak during citizen communication, please listen for me to call your name and the clerk will unmute you so you may begin. If you do not respond or are disconnected, you may miss your chance to comment. Please give your name and address for the record and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. If a council member wants to ask a question, please ask to be recognized when the speaker is finished. Thank you. We have 2 speakers this evening. The first is Steve Douglas.
Steve, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Good evening, council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Sorry things are so late. And I'll just keep it short because your time is limited. I just wanted to touch bases on back on March 22nd about the CAP landfill property on 4th and 48th. It should be really considered on environmental considerations and making sure that that property, if you guys intend to go forward with it, that all areas of toxins should be mitigated from the top to the bottom to remove everything that's on there. Not and still monitor it, but do a thorough cleanup, because otherwise we're going to be in the same situation we are with Suncor and all the other environmental problems we've had with Commerce City in the past. The other thing has to do with ward structure. I think the wards should stay the same, and instead of having 8 wards, just keep it 4. Take away the at-large candidates, make it 2 city council members per ward, mayor at large, and then incumbent ward 2 should be anything below, I'd say on the east side of the Arsenal, from 96 down to 88, that should be incumbent into part of ward 2. And then let's see, the last thing should be land development code when it comes to these PUDs and residential dwellings. Portion of that, a certain percentage should go to low-income housing, and then like 20%, and then 20% go to our retired veterans, our veterans that have been victims of war. So thank you for your comment, for my comments, and that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Does anyone on council have any questions for Mr. Douglas? Being none, we thank you for your time this evening. Next is your wife, Christy Douglas.
That would be me. Can you hear me?
We can, yes, Christy. You'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council, and I too will try to keep this brief. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Christy Douglas. I'm an actively involved, concerned member of the Commerce City and Adams County community. I'm a wife, mother of 5, grandmother to 5, hopefully a good neighbor. But I've also been a social activist for many years, and I come to you tonight as the co-chair for NRCC, which is North Range Concerned Citizens. I share that position with Sean Quavo. We're a group of concerned neighbors who have connected for a common interest in protecting our communities from the ever-increasing pursuit for access to our communities by the petroleum industry. I come to you tonight because I'd really like to show our appreciation in the behalf of NRCC. For those of you who stood firm in passing some relatively strong oil and gas regulations. And I'd really like to commend you for being courageous, because you faced some pretty fierce and aggressive opposition that night. So in light of that, I believe it might be easy for you to realize how important this issue is. And I urge you to do some real research on this issue, because passing these regs is not going to be the end of it. In my experience, this industry is pretty relentless. So I want you to take the time to educate yourselves on the real impacts of the industry from the perspective of the public. In my eyes, there is no such thing as safe drilling. You can make it safer, but you can't make it safe. And protecting the safety of your citizens is your sworn duty. So keep that in mind. And I really do urge you to do some research and just don't take what the industry tells you as reality, because I can tell you there are impacted citizens who see it from a different perspective. That said, I thank you for your time, and I do appreciate the fact that there were a majority of you who were willing to pass those regulations that night, like I said, in the face of opposition. So thank you for your time, and I guess I made it in my 3 minutes tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Douglas. Does anyone on council have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we thank you for your time this evening. Next on the agenda are presentations. Oh, so time out. Got ahead of myself. Thank you all for speaking with us tonight. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Members of the public were also able to submit comments online and by mail. No written comments were received by the deadline. If anyone wishes to speak at future council meeting, please check the meeting agenda and city website for information on how to register or submit written comments. Next on the agenda are presentations. First presentation is regarding the Imagination Library. Will Interim City Manager Tinklenberg please introduce the presentation?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, just by way of general comments, and Mr. Gibson, if you could let Roger Goodenough into the meeting, I'd appreciate that. There he is. So I was approached sometime back by a fellow city manager asking if other cities were aware of this project, which is called Imagination Library, and if all of us would be willing to listen to a presentation about it and consider partnering with the organization. And so I reached out to Mr. Goodenough. I'm sure I'm not pronouncing that correctly, so if you'll correct me later, I appreciate that, to see what this would entail. And I found it interesting because it's a way to basically improve the educational opportunities for preschool children to get them ready for school. So with that, I'll turn it over to our guest.
Well, thank you so much. And it's super pleasure being here, and I appreciate you guys' long hours that you spent to make our community a better place. I live at about 84th and Pecos. I'm a member of the Westminster 710 Rotary Club, and I can make this shorter by just giving you a presentation, and that will clear up a lot of stuff. So,
if something is yours, you're going to take pride in it. Of all the things that I've done in my life, this is one of the most precious things.
The The idea behind the program is to gift a book each month from the day they're born until the month that they turn 5.
We just started this in my home county here in Sevier County, and we thought, well, maybe if we're lucky, it might go a couple of counties over. Working 9 to 5, what a way to make a living.
We currently have about 20,800 children in Knox County that are registered for Imagination Library.
Every neighborhood I'm in DC, families know about this program. Grandparents know about this program. It is just, it's a game changer.
If you're lucky and fortunate enough to be in a position to help, you should help.
Are we proud of Dolly? The understatement of the year is yes. Are we grateful to her? Another understatement, yes. Do we expect more from her in the future? Absolutely.
You better get to living, giving, don't forget.
Dolly Parton is a symbol of how you can have a great combination of talent, worldwide recognition, but also give back and give too.
There's a word out to the wise. You better get to living. The end. Ta-da.
Let
If
me
some-
go back.
Finish
I'm,
your.
Just a second. Wow. Okay, I'm sorry, I was on the wrong one. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so what happened is now can you hear me? Can you see this screen okay about the history of Westminster 710 Rotary?
No, sir.
Oh, shoot. Well, I gotta figure out how to show the screen then.
Roger, if it would help, I can pull it up and you can just tell me when to go to the next slide.
That would work good, because I'm on the wrong one. Let me get out of this. Sorry, I was waiting too long. I should have had this. Okay, so in 2012, the Boulder Rotary Club come down to the Westminster 710 Rotary Club. We're about 30 people. We meet at the Ranch Country Club. And they told us about the Imagination Library. So we decided, because of the area we lived in southern Adams County and mostly Westminster 50, that we would start the Imagination Library. It cost us $25 a month to send a book to a child for a year. And the books go from 0 to 5 years old. So we got the Legacy Foundation to give us $3,000, and we come up with $3,000 in that first year. We had 250 kids signed up. Go ahead to the next one. I just went to 5 elementary schools, and this is what we did in 2012. And you can see our growth through them years. And to the point this year, we expect to send out 50,000 books in Adams County. Go ahead. So what we did when this started is when we got this program going, first we went to the Westminster Library, and they was kind of our go-to people that signed up people and what have you. Then we went to Child Find in Adams 12. ECPAC, foster care in Adams County, CASA, Adams and Broomfield County. About 3 years ago, we reached out to Luciana at the Commerce City preschool and started signing up all the preschool kids in Commerce City. We do the Growing Home in Westminster, and we actually are sending out right now to 20 homeless people, where it goes to Jamie at Adams 50, and she hand delivers them to the 20 kids in the home. And Hope House is a organization over in Arvada where we have teenage mothers, and Adams County Social Services. Go ahead. So we looked at took some surveys and what have you, and roughly there's, this is how many kids in each school district in Adams County. So we decided just to get some percentages of what schools and what have you. Go to the next one. And we have 37,000 preschool kids in Adams County. And this kind of breaks down how many in each one. The Commerce City, as you can see, has 3,700, and that's pretty close because we've been talking to the Commerce City School. Go ahead. We know that 61% of the low-income families have no books at all in their homes, and we also know, go ahead to the next one. These are all just stats that we found when we've done the program, that low-income families lack essential one-on-one reading, and the average child growing up in the middle class has been exposed to 1,000 to 1,700 hours of one-on-one picture book reading. Go ahead to the next one. I'll try to make this fast. And this is we know the most successful way to improve reading is achievement in low income is to increase your access to prints and books. Next. And the only behavior measure that correlates significantly with reading scores is the number of books that they have in their home. So we're trying to get books in their home. Go ahead to the next one. So in Dolly Parton, you've seen where she started that program in her county because nobody could read in Sevier County. And then as the process began, then the state of Tennessee matched the funds of anybody that was sending out books. And I think 2 years ago, Ohio, Tennessee, and Delaware were the 3 states that would be matching funds of different things. Jeff Bridges and Jack Tate was in a convention in Tennessee, and Dolly was speaking. They come back and introduced the bill on February, and then me and Gary went down and talked to the Senate in 3-4, and on 7-10, the governor signed a bill that would match the funds of our funds to all the books that we send out. Go ahead. So what we did then is say, well, shoot, let's be ahead of everybody else, and to let you know that we are. Prior to this January of 2020, there was about 11,000 books sent out in the state of Colorado, and there's 12,000 sent out now, and we've increased by 2,000. So the majority of so everybody else is waiting for funds to happen. We hope to have 4,000 books going out July 1st. So what we did is went to all the school districts, all the cities, and the Rotary clubs, Adams County, and the state of Colorado to get this program going. And as of right now, Adams 12 has said yes. Adams 14 has said yes. They just are waiting on how to commit to that. Then it has not. Brighton has said yes this week. Mapleton and Westminster all have said yes. The cities of Federal Heights, North Glen, Westminster have all said yes. Adams County, I'm talking to the foundation for this here right here, and the Rotary clubs have all jumped in and supported this. So these are the cities. The cities that have not, and I have not presented to, is the city of Thornton, and the city of Aurora, and the city of Brighton, and we're still waiting to talk to them. So this is what would happen is the city of Commerce City, we're asking you to commit to $6,000 this year. And right now, you're in nobody, school district or city, has not put a penny in this, and we're sending out 400 and some books to the preschoolers in Commerce City, and we've had about 140 graduates. The idea is the more we jump into this, the more we start getting the books to kids at when they're born. And when we start doing that, we're gonna make a big, big difference in reading when kids reach the kindergarten. So let's go to the next one, Roger. So upon the potential receives a presentation, what you got, your agreement, we send you an invoice, and then we start figuring out how to help increase the books going out in your city. Go ahead. Information, and go ahead to the next one. So basically, we do all the work except for like Luciana at the school district. She currently has all the preschoolers going in, putting in them to the program, and then if you have libraries in Commerce City and you want to get them started on the program, you just say you do. Once you commit, and then we call the library and they set them up as a user, and they sign up kids that's in the program, coming into their programs. Go to the next one. So that's what we're doing, is trying to get Adams County to be the first county to have as many kids reading as we possibly can. So you can take that off. So that's, any questions on that?
Councilmember Wadiola.
Thank you for your presentation. And I saw it before, so this is a great opportunity and a great program. I'm a fellow educator, so I've heard of the program. I had a question. Would you be working with Anythink Library in Commerce City? Or have you reached out to our own Commerce City Rotary Club also?
We've reached out to, we've reached out to the Rotary Club, and we've been working in the school district for 3 years. But when you say yes and we want to, we can go to the Anythink Library. We just set up a meeting with them, and it takes us about 10 minutes to set up a user. And then what we do with the amount of users, we just send them, like this month, we sent out a note to all of them and said, you guys can all add 100 kids this month. And that's what we do if anything. If Commerce City, if the city jumps in, we would go to Anythink Library and say, sign up everybody that's coming into your class. One of the good things that's happened with this is that we can't duplicate. You cannot duplicate. So if you start putting in a name and they've already put them in at the school, it just says it already in the system.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the presentation? Seeing none, we thank you for your time this evening. Thank you for all the work you're doing in the community to help those that are a little bit unfortunate learn how to read and make sure that they get a better start off in life than what was previously available to them. So thank you very much for that. Next on the agenda is a presentation on the COVID-19 update. Will Interim City Manager Tinklenberg please provide an update on the city's overall response to the COVID-19 crisis?
Sure. First, just a quick question as a follow-up to that presentation. Are you open to us participating in that program?
Councilmember Wadiola.
Yeah, I would be open, but I think we'd have to take action in administrative business, right? As a motion to do the $6 grand now.
Okay.
So.
Yep.
Councilmember Hurst.
I was going to say I'll run a motion in administrative business, but yeah, Councilman Guardiola knocked it out. Sorry.
Councilmember Grimes.
Same comment. Thank you.
All right. Sorry about that if I derailed your thought process, but just wanted to check. Just a quick update. The state has opened up vaccinations to everyone over 16 years old at this point. And you can use the Colorado COVID-19 vaccine spotter to find an appointment that may be available. But a subnote to that, both Moderna and Johnson & Johnson vaccines are approved for 18 years old and older. So if you do want someone between 16 and 18, you would need to obtain the Pfizer vaccine for them. And that vaccine spotter is exactly that, vaccine spotter, all mashed together, .org, and then /CO for Colorado, and followed by /, and that will get you to that vaccine spotter. And then also on April 3, the governor extended the mask order for another 30 days. So that will be into May. We are remaining on the current status in terms of, the amount that the city is open, and we'll see how the vaccinations go and the number of cases. That's it for my COVID report. Thank you.
Are there any questions from council regarding the COVID-19 update? Seeing none, just want to caveat on what you said. Tri-County Health Department has issued a new public health order that refers to masks, and masks outside are no longer required. However, they are still required indoors for anybody age 11 and older. And that requirement goes through June 3rd of 2021 unless otherwise amended, rescinded, or modified.
Thank you.
And next on the presentations is an update on the council composition survey update. Will Mr. Gibson, city clerk, please make the presentation?
Mayor Huseman, just to clarify, we have hybrid council meetings on the agenda first. I can do either one. Or did we have that out of order?
We have that out of order on the script, but that's fine. Let's do hybrid council meeting since that matches the agenda and it's up to you anyway. So we'll do that one first and then go to the council composition survey.
Thank you, sir. Jordan, can you please pull up the presentation? Just want to say good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. Tonight, along with Jody Hardy, our Community Relations Manager, Justin Bingham, our Director of Information Technology, and Kirk Dominic, our Emergency Manager, we've provided an update on the hybrid City Council meetings that was requested, I believe, on March 15 at the regular meeting during administrative business. So we've got some information to bring back. We're running late in the evening, so I'm going to be respectful of everybody's time. If you need me to either slow down or reiterate something, please just let me know. Otherwise, we'll have questions and discussion at the end. Next slide, please, Jordan. So as background on the hybrid meetings, in March 2020, City Council approved Ordinance 2271 at the beginning of the pandemic to conduct meetings electronically. We've had regular meetings, study sessions, special meetings, joint meetings, community meetings, public hearings for marijuana and liquor, and other successful town hall meetings conducted via Zoom. Zoom webinars have allowed council members, staff, and the public to conduct and participate in city council meetings safely during the COVID-19 pandemic. Next slide, please, Jordan. The group of staff members and myself mentioned earlier drafted a standard process to potentially conduct hybrid meetings to city council in October 2020. We presented that to council with the option to direct the city manager, interim city manager at the time, to conduct city council meetings in a hybrid format as staff resources and time allowed. And at that time, council's direction was to continue with virtual meetings. Next slide, please, Jordan. Just as a review of that standard that we presented, the city manager would need to approve the use of staff resources to conduct the hybrid meetings. Hybrid meetings would have to take place in council chambers, and 6 members would be required to be present on site in the chambers to conduct those meetings. The first would be the mayor or the chair of the meeting in the mayor's absence. And the mayor or the chair would basically do what the mayor or the chair does now. They would manage both the Zoom meeting and the in-person meeting, request to speak, calling for votes, running through the script, and all other chair duties. I would be required to be present to help set up the council chambers, adjust the audio video feed for the Zoom meetings whenever people are recognized by the mayor or the chair to speak that are on Zoom, pull them up on the big screen behind council chambers and on your monitors, and then take votes as required. IT would be there for getting the Zoom meeting set up and any technical issues. Community relations would be there to do broadcast testing and run the AV equipment. We'd need a security officer there to run people through the magnetometer, and risk manager or guest relations staff there to check all temperatures of council and staff and facilitate them to the security officer. Next slide, please, Jordan. No other council members or staff would be required to be present, but additional staff and council may attend in compliance with social distancing and other public health requirements. Acrylic dividers would need to be installed between all members of council at the dais and staff at the staff tables. Meetings would be conducted in a similar manner as electronic meetings, so votes, disabling chat, screen share, and those established procedures. City council policies regarding agendas, meetings, and conduct all still apply during hybrid meetings. Commerce City is currently in the yellow level. Oh, if you could go back just real quick, Jordan, sorry. Commerce City is still in the yellow level of the state style. If Adams County moves to the blue level, only staff and council may be present because we can't control citizens and outside persons and their compliance with COVID-19 guidelines and if they're potential carriers or not. The city moves to the green level and open it up to, we could open it up to the public, and Adams County could be at the blue level by mid-April as the max vaccination sites that Mr. Tinklenberg touched on earlier open up. Okay, next slide, Jordan. Thank you. The resources for the hybrid meetings, again, IT has secured the technology, and we've conducted training, and we've kind of gone through what those would look like at the previous council special meeting last week. This is technologically feasible, but a little logistically challenging on managing all the different inputs and meetings going on at the same time. Virtual meetings from a staff resource perspective have doubled the amount of staff time spent per council meeting since the pandemic. And hybrid meetings are estimated to increase about 20 hours of staff time per month to facilitate hybrid meetings. Next slide, please, Jordan. And then the security officer to man the hybrid meeting, facilitating members through the magnetometer would be $34 an hour. And guest relations staff for temperature checking and screening, symptom screening would be an additional $20 an hour. Next slide, please, Jordan. So with that information in mind, the decision point for tonight's presentation for council to consider is, does council want to proceed with enabling hybrid meetings as allowed in the standard by authorizing the city manager to conduct meetings in a hybrid format as staff time and resources allowed? The discussion amongst the staff group putting this presentation together was due to the increased staff time and risk of potential exposures for city council staff and any in-person members without being fully vaccinated. Staff is recommending council not move forward with hybrid meetings until the staff required to support the meetings are fully vaccinated and Adams County is at level blue. The technology, again, we've touched on this a few times, has already been purchased and installed. And we're still going to continue to use the Zoom remote participation feature for citizen comment going forward, and both hybrid, if council moves forward with that, and our regular fully in-person meetings. The pandemic's still ongoing nationwide, and there's still a risk of spreading the virus anytime people are in contact with one another, especially indoors. Some states are seeing an increase in infections and hospitalizations due to COVID variants and reopening too soon. Limitations at level blue on the COVID-19 pandemic would require us to maintain 6 feet social distancing. Council chambers would be maxed out at 25 people total, including council members and staff, and acrylic dividers would be required to be installed between all council members and staff. So with that, myself and all the staff members as that put together this presentation are here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Appreciate the presentation. Does anyone on council have any questions at this time? Seeing none, let's move on to your next presentation.
Perfect. Thank you all for that. Jordan, if you can pull up the council composition presentation, please. And next slide, please, Jordan. So City Council had approved the 2020 work plan, which includes strategy 5.4.1, which is City Council representation, which was for staff to explore council composition charter amendments. The city clerk and city attorney worked to gather information related to what council composition options were in other communities and throughout the US around the Denver metro area. The city clerk and city attorney presented that information at the February 8th, 2021 study session. The presentation at the time included staff's recommendation to pursue charter amendments, ballot questions for the 2023 election. This would allow staff the sufficient time to rely on 2020 census data for ward boundary redistricting, possibly addressing council's interest in council representation, and also provide us the time and budget request to do community outreach on the topic, which could include a advisory commission, community surveys, public education, and the like. Staff also presented council with the option of placing the charter amendment on the 2021 ballot, but would have the trade-off such as the impact of the 2021 election budget and a time restriction to gather community input. At the time, staff took council's direction at that study session to pursue a charter amendment question on the ballot for the 2021 ballot. City Council had requested further information on what all the options would look like for council composition changes and what other communities in the area have for their composition. Next slide, please, Jordan. The city attorney and city clerk took council's consensus and researched council composition for communities around the US and Denver Metro. And the timeline that staff could gather community feedback through an informal staff conducted survey, and what the constraints of that survey would be due to election deadlines. At the time that we presented at the March 2020 study session, the timeline that you see on your screen there is kind of what we put together as our best estimate of what we could feasibly do for 2021. Staff took council's direction at the time to gather information on providing for a more formal professional community survey that can be conducted within the timeline and provide the community with all options that staff presented on so they could provide feedback on all options. Council had also mentioned the ideas of community education component, door knockers, mailers, flyers, pamphlets, and the such. I reached out to 2 polling companies that the city has worked with in the past. Next slide, please, Jordan. And council had also requested visual examples of what an 8-ward system or an at-large district system could look like. Big shout out to the IT GIS division for being able to provide these maps as quickly as they did. They were able to put 2 visual demonstrations together of an 8-ward system and an at-large district system. Again, just for demonstration purposes only, this isn't what we're proposing or what any city council ward could or would look like, depending on council's direction if we have wards in the near future. So the first map is based on approximate residential addresses within an area. And then the second, it uses major arterial roads to divide the city into districts. So next slide, please, Jordan. So again, a visual demonstration of what an 8-ward system could look like, just to kind of see approximate size of what an 8-ward city may or may not look like. Again, the 2020 census data and the official redistricting process is going to make these wards look very different, but just to provide council with a visual demonstration. Next slide, please, Jordan. The second one, again, this is what a district may or may not look like, right? These are 8 wards or districts based on major arterial roads to divide the city into geographic districts. Next slide, please, Jordan. So the first company I may reached out to, I met with them virtually, and that was NRC Polco, and they do our community survey. And we discussed council's desire, necessary components of a survey, and the election timeline for hitting the 2021 ballot. NRC took that information from our discussion and went back to their team and evaluated and determined that they did not have the capacity to conduct a survey and hit the 2021 timeline for this year. Next slide, please, Jordan. The second company that we reached out was Corona. They were able to provide a proposal mid last week, and we were able to update the presentation and get that information in this PowerPoint tonight. Corona is able to do a mailed bilingual community survey with results by mid-June, a little bit past the original staff timeline, but if Corona is taking this on, they can do the survey and analysis in the time that staff would have to have that done and presented to council. So a little flexible on the timeline there if it goes out to a third party. Corona would do between 3,500 and 5,000 sample size, and that would be either registered voters or a sample size of the entire city, regardless of voter registration status. From that, Corona would expect 400 to 600 return completed surveys. And because of the timeline, it would be a smaller sample size and limited analysis. And their proposal would be in the ballpark between $24,000 and $36,000, depending on the size of the sample. And just for reference, the 2021 election budget is $32,000. So next slide, please, Jordan. Tonight, council has essentially two options that staff can feasibly hit. So the first option is making the 2021 ballot for the charter amendment question, and that achieves council's original February 8th goal of placing the question on the November 2021 ballot for 2023 implementation for that election. The con on that is there's going to be limited community input and a budgetary impact if council wants to use Corona to conduct that limited survey. Option 2 is placing the charter amendment question on the 2023 ballot, and that achieves council's March 22 goal of gathering a larger community input, and we can use the 2020 census data for redistricting. The con is that it's placed on the 2023 ballot for 2025 implementation. So with that information, I'm here to answer any questions that council may have, and we also have Kevin Rains from Corona if council has any questions for him as well.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Appreciate all that information. Does anyone on council have any questions at this time? Councilmember Noble?
Yes. Dylan, what about doing the election in 2022? Is there any reason why a municipality can't add a charter amendment to the national state election?
There's nothing prohibiting council from doing that. There could be council could call a special election in 2022. It's going to be extremely expensive, and there's going to be just as much of a turnaround time. We're looking at about a year if you're wanting to do 2022. And when are those done? April, I believe, for even year elections. Mr. Sheets, I see you've unmuted. If you want to jump in and correct me.
Wait, let me go back to this for just a minute. If there's already an election occurring, then does it have to be considered a special election? Same cost? It's not a separate election.
So, and Mr. Sheasley, feel free to jump in if I misspeak on the charter, but the charter defines the council's regular municipal election as being in November of odd numbered years. Anything outside of that would be considered a special election. We would have to coordinate with Adams County, and those even numbered non-November elections typically have higher costs because there's fewer participating governing entities that go to ballot in April. And the ballots, the way that Adams County typically bills those is based on the number of communities participating in those ballots. So the bigger the ballot, but fewer communities, the higher the cost for each participating entity, the bigger the ballot, but the more communities that are participating, the smaller the cost. So it's a shared cost in that perspective. And Mr. Sheasley, do you want to jump in for anything?
Sure. It was my understanding that we could only run a charter change election at our general election, which would be in an odd numbered year. Happy to confirm that. And yes, I think your answer on next year, though, as to it would be a special election for us, but there may be cost efficiencies because there's a general election through coordination.
Does that answer your question, Councilmember Noble?
I think then that it sounds like 2022 might be a possibility. In addition to 2021 and 2023, it would just speed it up so that the election, it would give more time to work this out now. The election could be in 2022 and regarding the charter amendment, and then in 2023 could be the first city council election that reflects the outcome of the 2022 election.
Yes, if we're able to amend the charter via special election and not a regular election, we could do some further research, give Mr. Sheasley some time to look into that if we need to, because I'm not prepared to give a definitive answer
I
on that
believe
today.
I looked into it for our prior presentation on this. I just don't have that in front of me. I'm going to try and pull that up, but it may not be this evening.
Well, it doesn't appear to me to be anything that we should do hastily. It's a pretty major change with repercussions. So rushing for 2021 doesn't seem at this juncture to be the best idea from my point of view.
Are there any other questions, Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Noble that it seems like rushing to get this on the 2021 ballot might not yield the best results. So take our time and make sure that we give our community some the opportunity to have their input heard. So I would be more leaning towards the 2023 ballot.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Guardiola?
Yeah. I think that's just the best way to go. A lot of things could happen between now and 2023 for our city, especially how it's growing. And I think that's something the council is going to have to decide. What I don't want it to happen is, because we've talked about this since we got on council, we never really directed them, but we've had conversations, and then pandemic happened and life happened. And I just want to really assure our residents that this is something that's going to happen. And how does this council that's seated make it happen, or lay down the foundation so that another council comes in this November and says, oh, let's scrap it. And so how do we do that to set it up that this has to happen? If we have some good ideas with that, then I'm all for waiting. But if not, then I think we go with the November 21st or the 2021 of this year and make it happen. So I guess looking for some guidance on how we make sure that this does not get put on the burner, or another council comes in and says, this is something that, my big worry is, myself and Councilwoman Smith come from the core city. Nothing against Councilwoman Grimes or Councilmember Hurst. I think they do a great job, but it's different when you come from the core city and you advocate for this. Our residents see that perception, they do. And what if we get a whole new council that's all Northern Range in November, and this is just like, oh, wow, how do we keep that, this momentum going of the change? So that's what I would want to hear in the guidance. And if we can't put it in, then I think we have to try to do it this year.
So if I can touch on that a little bit, Councilmember Guardiola, if council wants staff to pursue this for 2023, we would look at whenever the budget proposals open up for staff to submit budgeting for community survey in 2022 and any other materials or supplies needed to conduct town halls, community outreach, stuff like that, community education as part of that process. But as to your question on, we'd also look at possibly a advisory commission or ward specific town halls, outreach, stuff like that. There's a lot we can do in a year to ramp up for a 2023 election that we have the capacity to do whenever we have a longer time frame to really get community engagement. As to your question about if there's a new council, that's a consequence of an election, and staff are guided by council's goals and direction that they give. So if a new council comes in and determines that that's not a priority, then that's the direction that council gives staff. That's my best answer I can give you.
No, and I appreciate Dylan and over the years working with you. So I definitely appreciate it. Then I would go with option one to try to get it on the ballot this year, and see what could happen. Because I think we owe it to our residents that that's about elections, right? We're underserved in the core right now, even with voter registration. So that's my biggest fear. So I would do option one, and try to get it done this year.
Councilmember Grimes?
Thank you, Mayor. I like option 2. I don't think there's any reason to rush this. I think we need good feedback from the community, and I think we need time to make sure we're making a good decision about how to reorganize the districts. I like the idea of having census data as well to support our decision, in addition to community feedback.
Councilmember Hurst.
I'm not ready to take any action until we get census feedback or census numbers back. I think every situation we put forward, we actually run into a situation where it's possible to give less representation to the southern side of the city. And I think we could put regulation in that'll better suit the purpose of this conversation than it would be to change the ward systems. So in that regulation would have the focus on making sure that the southern part of Commerce City is not left out of the conversation as we move forward with growth. And so I would say 2023 at the earliest, because I think we'd have the best information there. But I worry if we don't wait till that long, we won't have the whole picture in front of us to be making a decision.
Any other feedback? Councilmember Noble.
And what if we take this time to emulate what they're doing at the state level and actually involve the residents in helping shape what the districts would look like once we have the census population, so that they are participating in this process as well. Plus, Commerce City is going to be getting $11 million from the American Rescue Plan from the Biden administration. And we're going to have money that we're going to be deciding how to spend. And my hope would be that a lot of it can be spent in the South as well. So some of it just has to be putting our minds to this on everything we do when we're making decisions about a quality of community for a lifetime, that it's not just an election, it is the decisions that we make in between elections as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble. If I can touch on that for just a minute, depending on outcome of a potential election and how the ward system looks, or if it exists, an idea that the city clerk's office could implement, given council's direction at the time, would be some sort of redistricting or election advisory commission set up by the city council that would review those ward boundaries on a more regular basis rather than every 10 years. So we don't run into this issue of large disparities all at once. So that's something kicking around, but we would have to see what an election result would look like.
Any other comments or questions?
Mayor Huseman, just so I can clarify, because we are on a very tight deadline for the 2021 election, I've got 3 council members weighing in on option 2 and 1 council member weighing in on option 1. If we're hitting 2021, I need to know tonight to engage either with Corona or start getting a community survey set up with staff. And if we're doing 2023, I need to start prepping that for budget requests. So if a decision either formally or informally could be made tonight, that would ease my anxiety a little bit. Thank you.
Sounds good. Councilmember Smith.
I'd be in favor of waiting till 2023, just so we get more information.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I would be in favor of 2023.
Councilmember Ellen Thomas.
I agree. I'd be in favor of waiting till 2023.
There's your direction, Mr. Gibson.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate my time tonight.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the presentations and the information. Next up is the Environmental Planning and Policy Monthly Update. I'd like to invite Dominic Martinelli, Environmental Planner, to make the presentation.
All right, thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. Let me know if you can hear me. Dylan, if I could get the ability to share the screen here.
Dominic, you should be able to do that. Let me know if you cannot.
It looks like I'm still in participant mode and I'm unable to share the screen.
How about now, Dominic?
All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and share the screen here. And given the time constraints tonight, I'll be as quick as possible to get through this information. But as you all will notice, we do have a new title for this presentation, and we'll discuss that a little bit more in depth here on the next slide. So we figured this could potentially be a good time to look at the name of this presentation, changing from the Oil and Gas Monthly Update to the Environmental Planning and Policy Update. For all intents and purposes, the intent and the information presented in this presentation will not change. It's just kind of retitling it to rephrase kind of what information is being provided, including both oil and gas development, city engagement in environmental efforts occurring at state level, and then engagement on state level rulemakings and process regarding environmental quality, and then all of the information that's being provided on the Suncor refinery and its operations, and then other continuing updates on environmental exceedances and other environmental issues that occur within the city, and also providing brief monthly updates on the progress that's being made with the environmental consultants. So in addition to that, we're also having some initial discussions with community relations about how to reorganize some of this information in a more ready and accessible way on the website that's easier for residents and community members to understand. So to kind of move quickly, we don't have any changes in oil and gas permit application activity. That includes the map, no updates in state permit applications, and then no changes to the map from the last update. One thing that we did want to highlight is we were contacted by the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission and Extraction Oil and Gas. And during the plug-in amendment process for the well on Second Creek Farms, Box Elder 4121, there were some initial legacy soil impacts that were suspected. So going in and going through the plugging and abandonment process of this, they did find some minor contamination that looks like it may have occurred over time. The extent and the total release of that exceedance is not known at this time, but there has been an initial form filed with the COGCC, and they are doing additional remediation work and kind of investigative work to figure out what may have caused that and understand the nature of that. So as we do get more information on this, we'll provide it in subsequent updates and communications. So some general updates. Originally, the Suncor SEP process was going to conclude on March 31st. With the decision, they chose to postpone that a month with a final decision being made on April 30th. There were a total of 19 applications that are currently under consideration by the evaluation committee that was put together by the state of Colorado. The Suncor Title V permit public comment period. So we do have some additional information on this, but the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, based on the public comments that were received, determined that a public hearing is going to be scheduled with the Air Quality Control Commission on the renewal of Suncor's East Plant, which is Plant 2. There are going to be 2 hearings that are conducted for this, and for any members of the public, you can access this on c3gov.com/SEP. There are registration links for May 1st and May 4th. So they're going to break it into 2 different ones, one on a weekend and one during the day to accommodate as many people as possible. So they, as part of that, they are accepting additional written comments up until the date of the hearing. So if folks weren't able to get their initial comments in prior to March 19th, they have until the public hearings in May to get those in. We wanted to provide a quick update on Suncor's water quality discharge permit. The state, as we mentioned before, is in the process of renewing Suncor's water quality permits, which allows for the discharge of treated wastewater, groundwater, and stormwater flows into Sand Creek. They have not issued a draft permit as of yet, but one of the main things that we know is that CDPHE is strongly considering adding PFOS and PFOA limits during the renewal, and we'll kind of go a little bit more on that on a subsequent slide. And then just an update, staff's working to reschedule the March 22nd study session with Suncor. They are in the process of doing their plant turnaround coming up in the next month or 2, and that would potentially go into June and July. So we're working with them to figure out what might be a date that works to come back in front of you all. And then just a brief update on the timeline for the water quality permit renewal. So right now you can kind of see where they are in the process. Starting in May, they're going to be developing a draft permit. And then there's going to be a public notice period between July and September tentatively. So this is a schematic that was put together by the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. And as we get future updates on that process, we'll make sure to include them in this presentation. So a policy development update. One thing that I do want to clarify is, so for our environmental consulting work that's being conducted, we're going to be bringing forward separate presentations at the completions of phases 1, 2, and 3, but we did want to take a little bit of time during these presentations just to kind of give you all an update of where that work is going. So what's currently occurring at the moment is we have either completed or in the process of completing all of the initial kickoff meetings for all the specific subtasks. So that includes air quality policy development, water quality policy development, internal and external sustainability and policy recommendations and things of that nature, as well as the community engagement kickoff. One of the things that has been the early thing that's been in the process of being conducted is a 2019 greenhouse gas inventory. So that's a lot of data crunching and pulling existing values from state data sources and other sources to basically look at the amount of greenhouse gas emissions during the 2019 year for stationary energy sources, mobile sources, fugitive emissions, industrial processes, and waste sources. The final work product will be a resulting of a total community-wide emissions output for 2019, and then looking at things like carbon dioxide equivalents, methane, and refrigerants, and looking at how much was being emitted by specific sectors and use types within the city. And that's anticipated to be completed by August. And that data is essentially going to state and be an initial set of policy data that can be used for further policy development and recommendations that can be put together by the consultant. So as part of that, we're doing the initial community engagement kickoff, organizational sustainability, and then we have our consultants working on some initial data analysis on water quality. And then just to provide an update of where we are in the overall process, so we're kind of right in the beginning. We should be looking at an update at the end of phase 1 in late August, early September. We did want to highlight that the city did provide comments to the Air Pollution Control Division on Suncor's Title V permit renewal. In the letter, the city raised some concerns and things to note for the Air Pollution Control Division to analyze in their review of the permit renewal. The first one being the most important, the importance of including environmental justice communities in the process of renewing the permit and ensuring public engagement and those communities that are most impacted are having significant voice in the discussion of the process. We did note the history and the pattern of Suncor's violation of existing permit conditions that exist, the potential positive outcomes of combining Suncor's Title V permits into a single permit in terms of permitting efficiencies and things of that nature, how delays and inefficiencies in the permit review process overall have led to more protective regulations not being applied and enforced, the relationship of the refinery of the state's overall greenhouse gas emission reduction goals, the need to incorporate the outcomes of the root cause analysis that was part of the settlement agreement into the overall permit conditions, and the need for community-based monitoring to provide transparency to the community on levels of hazardous air pollutants and inform understanding of public health impacts. And the city did also request a public comment hearing in its comment letter. Going to the Suncor refinery. So this is a summary of CDPHE violations that were self-reported by the refinery during the period of February 19th to March 26th. There were 9 violations that occurred. And I'm not going to go into specific details on all these due to the time, but generally speaking that there was a violation on March 25th that occurred at the Plant 2 fluid catalytic cracker unit. A similar violation occurred on March 22nd for carbon monoxide opacity. And then on March 19th, there was an exceedance of the hydrogen sulfide limit in flare gas. An event on March 17th, an event on March 15th, and then 2 specific violations on February 20th, and then 1 on February 19th. And then as part of this, the Suncor monthly report is included with every monthly update that is provided by the city. And it's provided as an attachment on the agenda. And this month's discussion includes Suncor's proposed community monitoring program, updates on environmental performance, an update on exceedance events that occurred in January and February, an update on PFOA and PFOS, an update on community notification systems, an update on their turnaround process for plants 1 and 3, which is the West facility, and then results from community engagement efforts that they conducted. And with that, staff is available to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Martinelli. I appreciate that information. Councilmember Noble.
Dominic, when you say legacy on Box Elder, you're referring to a history of spills at this well that they recently plugged, correct?
Yeah, so when we say legacy soil impacts, that's not referring to one specific instance of a release. So this is, and ultimately we won't be able to understand this information until the reports are concluded, but ultimately that there was a history of release at this facility and trying to understand the nature and potentially how frequent and what those volumes were.
And do they know what the substance was?
So it was just basically like oil coming off the well. I think we are still waiting to hear through those subsequent reports what additional chemicals might have been released or anything of that nature. But yeah, so we'll provide further updates once we receive them.
Okay, and I do have a question about, so first of all of this stuff that everyone's doing is really great. I really appreciate it. And the environmental planning and policy monthly update, this is really great. It shows a new direction. But we still have it as an attachment, the April Suncor monthly update. And just for transparency and clarity, and so that folks can continue to read along, would anyone have an objection to calling it the Oil and Gas Monthly Update so folks don't lose track of what's happening? And I make that point because there are 7 or 5, I guess, according to your report, applications that are sitting in the pipeline right now for Commerce City on oil and gas sites. And I don't believe any of those are impacted by the new regulations we just passed, but instead must meet the regulations that were in place in 2019. Correct?
Yes, that's correct. So at the time that under the regional operator agreement, the 5 permits that are currently listed were submitted under the old land development code. And as long as they're an active application that was submitted then, the code that was in place at the time that they applied is the one they have to go by.
Okay. So would anybody have an objection to including as, the calling it the Oil and Gas Monthly Update as it has been known for the past several years? Under the title Environmental Planning and Policy Monthly Update. And then secondly, the Title V permit submission, is that posted on the website?
Yes. So as I mentioned, we're working with community relations to figure out how to better organize some of that information on our website. And but for the time being, if you go to c3gov.com/SEP, you can read the comments that the city provided in full.
Thank you.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to protest a change to oil and gas titling of this report, but I think it's important to remember that we're talking about more than just oil and gas. And it was at your request, Councilmember Noble, that we include the Suncor updates and dig deeper into all environmental issues. And so I think the titling is quite appropriate, and anyone who's been following along would recognize that this encompasses oil and gas as well.
Any other comments or questions? If I can get a visual shaking of heads, did anybody object to the change that Councilmember Noble put out regarding the title? Okay, all right, give me a show of hands. How many people are okay with the title change? 1 person, okay, 2 people.
Wait, just to be clear, I'm not asking for a title change. I'm only suggesting that on the agenda where it says attachments, that it reflects oil and gas update, monthly update, just as it has in every agenda. The title of it, environmental planning and policy monthly update is perfectly fine, but just a subhead that indicates what's in there. We have lots of subheads on,
Okay.
on presentations, and so I just wanted that included.
Thank you.
So-
Mr. Gibson, whenever you put the agendas together, can you please put a little subfooter in there that indicates that the monthly oil and gas update is part of this presentation?
We can do that, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Martinelli on the subject? Seeing none, we thank you for your time this evening. Appreciate the new information in the report. It looks nice.
Thank you.
Before we move on to the consent agenda, I'm going to give council a 5-minute bio break. So we'll be back in 5 minutes, which should be 9:57. Okay, next on the agenda is the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. They're presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 9 items listed under the consent agenda. Does anyone on council wish to remove an item off the consent agenda for further discussion? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Councilmember Hurst,
Motion to approve the consent agenda by council as seated.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the city clerk please read the titles and take a roll call vote?
Minutes of March 15th, 2021. Minutes of March 22nd, 2021 special meeting. Ordinance Z 774-0421, and ordinance approving the Second Creek Farm PUD zone document First Amendment and amending Ordinance Z 774-04 to modify the residential unit gap, modifying the limits on single-family and multifamily development, modifying the planning area boundary, sizes, locations, and land uses, and modifying the land uses, bulk standards, and oil and gas standards, and other matters for the property bounded generally by East 96th Avenue to the north, Tower Road to the east, the Second Creek floodplain to the south, and Telluride Street to the west, Zone PUD, Planned Unit Development District in Commerce City, Colorado. Ordinance 2321 and ordinance amending Ordinance 2298, providing for the authorization of temporary outdoor service areas for restaurants and bars in the city of Commerce City, Colorado. Ordinance 2322, an ordinance amending the 2021 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Defense Council First Appearance Grant for $10,000 for the Defense Council First Appearance Program and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Resolution 2021-23, joint resolution authorizing negotiation and execution of amendment to annexation and inclusion agreement for Third Creek West and AN 19253, AN 19254, ECA GID 1219, and ERA GID 0219. Resolution 2021-24, a resolution authorizing grant of easement to Second Creek Farm Metropolitan District Number 1 for drainage facilities. Resolution 2021-25, a resolution authorizing grant of utility easement to South Adams County Water and Sanitation District for sanitary sewer pipeline or water pipelines. Resolution 2021-26, a resolution repealing and replacing resolution number 2021-10, authorizing award of contract for design of comprehensive licensing, land use, and permitting enterprise management software solution to Central Square Technologies LLC. Councilmember Madera,
Yes.
Councilmember Alan Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Guardiola,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst,
Well done. Yes.
Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank,
Yes.
Mayor Huseman,
Yes,
passes unanimously 9-0.
thank you, sir. Next on the agenda is a public hearing. Tonight's public hearing will be a conditional use permit renewal for A1 Organics located at 9109 Monaco Street. I will remind council to use the public hearing only to ask questions, but not to express opinions or indicate how you will vote. Council members are not to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. To rely only on facts developed in this hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. This time I will open the public hearing and invite Dominic Martinelli, environmental planner, to make the presentation.
All right, thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. I'm going to go ahead and share the screen now. So this is for case CU-121-1921. So this is a renewal of an existing conditional use permit to allow material pile storage up to 25 feet in height. The applicant is A1 Organics and is present and available to speak following staff's presentation later on. So the subject property is currently zoned I2 medium intensity industrial district. It's currently in exclave of the city, meaning that it's not directly bounded by or adjacent to any portion of the city. To the south is a aggregate mining facility occurring in unincorporated Adams County. To the west are water quality ponds within, I believe, Thornton. And then to the north and the east are some adjacent large lot agricultural residential properties in the county. So the future land use designation for this is called out as industrial distribution. There was a portion of the site that was previously within the 100-year floodplain and went through the Lomer Clomer program and was remediated. So ultimately that's been lifted out of the floodplain. So this is just some aerial imagery showing the site. So A1 Organics, we'll talk a little bit more about what they do here in a second, but the majority of their operations, the site is bisected. There are operations from Brown Brothers Trucking occurring on the east side of the facility, so that's a trucking facility. And then A1 Organics incorporates and utilizes the majority of the western portion of the site. And just for your context and knowledge, this is from the entrance on the east side of the facility. There's about a 40-foot drop off as you go down to that site. So the site characteristics, as we mentioned, it's about a 31-acre site. And then, yeah, all of that. So the site history was annexed into Commerce City in 1993. It operated as the Cooley Gravel Company from 1995 to 2002. And then it was an alert landfill, the Brodel landfill, from 2002 to 2013. And then various land uses were approved for development plan and subdivision for the facility that you can see here. There was some enforcement action following an approval of a development plan that occurred in 2015, where the specific pile heights that were on site weren't in compliance with the approved development plan. And there were a series of land use cases, and ultimately this was approved by City Council in 2019 to allow for the additional storage of mulch piles up to 25 feet in height. And just as a reminder, this conditional use permit renewal is for the delta. So the use is not something that's under discussion. So it's something that's allowed within the land development code, but the conditional use permit allows for that additional height storage. So the applicant is a waste recycling company that converts organic materials into mulch, compost, soils, and mulches for sale to the public, and has been in business since 1974. They currently have 4 operations in Colorado. And from the discussions that have been had in kind of how they conduct their operations, the height of the mulch piles are directly related to any sort of material debris and things of that nature. When the wind blows, the larger the mulch piles are, the more compost or the more moist and compact they can be, and there's less impacts to air pollution and things of that nature. So they also allow for more efficient use of space and things along those lines. The use itself does provide a number of environmental benefits to the city in terms of reducing waste diversion to landfills and allowing for some organic material to be recycled and repurposed in other ways. So the site operations, the way that the site functions is that there's recycled wood products that are converted into mulch and topsoil on site. The wood is delivered to the site by individual customers or large shipments. So members of the public can come in and drop off any sort of yard waste or things of that nature. The city partners with A1 Organics to do free waste yard drop-off events every year. So basically what they do is they grind that up. They dye it into mulch on site and then deliver it off site for commercial sale. The incoming product and grinding operations occur in the southwest corner of the site, with raw wood chip storage and mulch dyeing occurring towards the northeast. And basically what happens is the volume in the inventory fluctuates on a yearly basis. So once they start prepping for the summer, they have a lot more volume that's contained on site. So the amount of piles that you see is not consistent on an annual basis. It fluctuates throughout the year. And then basically these piles fluctuate a little bit, but there are site plan delineations and concrete barriers that basically align drive aisles for fire access. So they are bounded by certain areas. So you can see that reflected in the site plan. Folks come in through the east, and then the receiving and sorting and all of that occurs on the southwest side. And then everything of that nature kind of applies here. And we'll talk a little bit more about some of the conditions. So these are just some general photos of the mulching equipment and the aerial imagery of the piles and how the site functions and operates. So as part of the original conditional use permit, there were some conditions that were put in place. One of them required the implementation of a demarcation pole of 25 feet to assist with a visual aid for enforcement. And then the requirement that mulch piles are no higher than 25 feet. One of the operational ways that they ensure that that occurs is placing basically the conveyor belt that takes the mulch and places on top of the piles that doesn't get any higher than 25 feet. So that's one of the ways that they account for that. And one of the other additional site improvements was the requirement for an 8-foot high fence on the east side of the facility. So when there's any sort of wind event or anything where the wood chips blow, they typically run along the ground, and the fence is put in place to catch any debris that would go onto neighboring properties. So compliance, during the original conditional use permit public hearing, there were some issues regarding compliance and kind of discussion around mitigating some of the potential negative externalities associated with the use. Since the institution of the conditional use permit and the conditions required, the applicant has adequately demonstrated ongoing compliance with those conditions. There have been no formal enforcement actions that have been exercised by the city, the Colorado Department of Public Health, the Environment, or the EPA on this facility since the granting of the conditional use permit. And there have been no formal complaints provided to the city since that CUP was granted. So as I mentioned, they have installed all the physical site improvements required in the development plan, which includes the demarcation pole, recycled asphalt road base, and 8-foot high fence on the east boundary of the site. And they do provide, the applicant has also provided daily weather logs and operational summaries demonstrating monitoring compliance of wind speed. So they have an anemometer on site that measures basically wind speeds, and anytime the wind hits 15 miles per hour for 10 minutes or more, they shut down all screening and grinding operations. And then in specific high wind events, they also apply water on mulch piles and to reduce and compact them, and magnesium chloride on any internal access routes, and then potentially stockpile, or basically put tarps over the stockpiles if wind is significant. So as we talked about, the applicant's dust and air mitigations include that 8-foot high net. They also follow in here by a dust mitigation plan. In additional mitigation procedures and practices that are on site includes basically water spraying and suppression. There's also conditions that require them to have a 100-foot setback from residential properties for mulch piles and a 500-foot setback from residential properties for grinding and screening operations. And then there's also the requirement that they put in, and they already put in a recycled asphalt drive on the east property boundary to assist with dust suppression. So some of the water quality issues, so they do dye with non-toxic chemicals, the mulch, and they have a water quality pond on the northwest corner of the site, and then silt socks that line the western border of the property in the bottom of any dyed mulch piles to prevent any leakage of dye materials into adjacent water sources. And then just to kind of go over the conditional use permit, that approval criteria that this is reviewed under basically states that it does not result in any substantial or undue adverse effects, that any effects have been mitigated to the maximum extent feasible, the site suitable for the use, they're adequately served by existing public improvements, they provide adequate assurances of continuing maintenance, the use doesn't violate any federal, state, or local requirements, there's a demonstrated community need for the use, and the use complies with the general purposes, goals, and objectives of the city's comprehensive plan. In staff's review of the renewal criteria in the new renewal application, there was not any information that otherwise provided they were out of compliance with these criteria. So they did meet the required notification for under the Land Development Code for this public hearing. And then on Planning Commission on March 2nd voted 5-0 to recommend approval with conditions to City Council for this case. I do want to highlight, so we're not going to go into depth on all of these conditions. I kind of alluded to a lot of what they are required to comply with under the original existing conditional use permit. But we did want to highlight that there was a change in Section A to basically make a reference to the existing development plan. And then as part of staff's recommendation for the renewal, extending that from an initial 18-month period, given the demonstration of compliance on site and no outstanding issues, of extending that second renewal to 5 years. And then just some additional language to remove the applicant shall maintain a minimum 8-foot high net instead of construct, since it's already constructed. And then with that, staff's available to answer any questions that council has. And we also have the applicant present tonight to speak.
Before we get into questions, let's go ahead and let the applicant make their presentation if they have anything, and then we'll wrap questions into one.
Give me just a moment, Mayor and members of council, while I move the applicants over.
Good evening. Good evening, council members, mayor. Let me share my screen with you. Throws you off when they bring you into the room, shuts everything down, you freak out for a moment. So thank you. Good evening, I'm Ryan McBreen with Norris Design. We're the land planner. We're assisting A1 Organics in processing this application through the city of Commerce City. I want to thank Dominic and staff for assisting us through this process nearly 2 years ago, and then this update this year. Dominic did a great job presenting the project tonight, and we don't have a whole lot to add. I know it's late, so there's a few items I briefly want to touch upon. And then also just so you know, I'm available to answer questions. We also have Travis Bonson and Kent Penley with A1 Organics on the phone tonight as well, or on the call tonight as well, to answer any questions specifically about their company and how they work out there. So one of the biggest questions we get is just how this looks from off-site. This picture on your screen tonight is from Monaco looking west. You can see how the site drops off pretty significantly with the Brown Brothers out in the front here. But down south, you can get an idea of how far back and how far, how non-dominating that the use is in this area. Like Dominic touched upon, provides organic compost, soils, mulches, and organic recycling services. Divert nearly 350,000 tons of waste per year from Colorado landfill. So it's a pretty great business, and it helps the community, not just Commerce City, but they have 4 locations in Eaton, Keensburg, Englewood, and Commerce City. And it's family owned and operated since the mid-70s. You'll see some pictures in all these slides. These are operational slides. You can see they run a clean, tidy program, and they just want to continue to do great business in Commerce City. As Dominic touched upon, best management practice, talking about what to do in weather conditions, treatment of watering down roads and watering material, equip conveyors with dust skirts, operate grinding and screening on the west side of the site, furthest from adjacent residential lots, and they regularly have contractors clean up trash that blows on site. By allowing taller piles, it allows the materials to stay moist and compact. They're less sensitive to weather, wind, and erosion, and allow for more efficient use of space. These best management practices are all management practices we've followed the last few years as we've operated in Commerce City, and are committed to continue to follow through as we continue to operate in Commerce City, assuming you allow us to move forward after this evening. Talks about the conditions of approvals and setbacks. We continue to meet those. And then the 2019 conditions of approval, obviously they've remained unchanged. We met every single one of them, as Dominic pointed out, and we will continue to meet them. As you can see, like I mentioned earlier, here's a watering truck, but you can see how clean and professionally run this operation is. A1 Organics wants to continue to be a member of the Commerce City community and a good member and a good neighbor to everyone in the city. More pictures identifying, the fence that's put up, demarcation pole. This was taken during the fires last fall, so the sky's a little cloudy there, but you can see once again just further evidence of their compliance with our conditions of approval. More evidence of a nice program, nice operation there. So tonight, the biggest request as part of this approval is the request to approve for a 5-year extension. This 5-year extension will allow for the continued operation of this successful business. Excuse me, it's late. And it gives them a little more confidence and allows for reinvestment and continued improvement of the property, knowing that they have a full 5 years at least until they have to come back in front of you. So like I said, we want to be kind of quick tonight, but we're happy to stay as long as you have to answer any and all questions. Appreciate it, and ask for your support this evening. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Guardiola.
Thank you, Mayor. Why 5 years? I don't know whoever could answer it. Why not 3 years? And I was just wondering what was that staff recommended or business recommended?
So I'll go ahead and provide a little bit of elaboration on that. So typically with a normal conditional use permit case, the initial term can be anywhere from 18 months to 3 months based on staff's recommendation assessment of kind of the use and things that are occurring. And generally that second referral or renewal can be is typically 5 years. So that's kind of in practice with a lot of our conditional use permits have been processed in the past. Ultimately, if it's a use, I mean, there's certain instances where we require conditional uses based on certain zoning districts where they're not necessarily as impactful. Sometimes those might ultimately have a recommendation of basically no expiration unless there's a series of violations or something that requires city council to come back and re-review it. But that's kind of just been the practice.
Okay, and I do appreciate you guys doing all the stuff. I was still here in 2019. Did the issues with the neighbors, the residents to the east, ever did they submit anything knowing that this condition was coming up? Because I know they were pretty vocal last time in 2019, very vocal. How is that relationship? And did we hear anything back from them?
So I'll speak first in terms of the processing of the application from the staff side, and then I'll let the applicant speak to anything that occurred on that with them directly to mitigate any issues with that specific party. But ultimately, there were no comments received, and the signs were posted, and typical notification and publication for this renewal occurred the same as last time. There weren't any written comments or phone calls or anything or any concerns that were raised.
From the business owners, are you guys still having issues with them? I know you guys have been in compliance of everything from the last time, but I just kind of want to know if it's a better relationship.
I will defer to Kent. Do you mind answering that, Kent?
No, not at all. I can tell you they have not reached out to us either. We have not heard from them. We are going under the assumption that the conditions that were placed on us back at that time and us implementing those conditions have been satisfactory to them. I know that Travis, who is also on here, has made attempts himself to contact and reach out, and we have not had feedback from that.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just had a few questions. What is a silt sock line that was presented on slide number 16?
Sure, a silt sock, you've probably commonly seen them along highway construction jobs where they stake these socks out to prevent erosion and prevent runoff into certain areas. Our silt socks are filled with a compost-based material. So any water that does go that way is going to filter through there and basically entrap any fines, any small materials, anything like that, and then just let clean water discharge on the backside of it into the retention pond that we have that's a treatment pond prior to going into the discharge area. Also on that same subject, and I just want to reach out and correct one thing Dominic said in there, on the colorant, the dye that we use, it is not a chemical. It is actually a mined iron oxide pigment. So it's a natural resource that's mined. There's no chemicals anywhere in our process. As an organic recycling company, that would be like a huge no-no for us. So everything we do is a very natural-based product. The hazardous classification on the dyes that we use has the same hazardous classification as table salt.
Okay, thank you, because that was my next question. And they're that you know of, they're environmental friendly, then so then that's what I was going to ask next. So then that you know of, they are environmental friendly.
Oh, absolutely. And we have provided all the MSDS sheets for all the products that we do have to the city as well. These dyes and colorants are, if you go to a Lowe's or a Home Depot and you buy colored mulch in a bag and put it in your garden, you're probably buying our product that was sold wholesale to a bagging company that bagged it for that purpose. So we know these products are going into people's yards and gardens and playgrounds where kids play and everything else. So they're absolutely safe.
Okay, thank you. And then who inspects the silt sock lines and like how often are they replaced to make sure they're accurate, or does that fall under the city, or who checks that?
There's not a city inspection per se, other than it is a condition that we have those in place. So if we were under an inspection, they would look at those. But our site manager, who is there on a daily basis, is ultimately responsible for making sure that all of these conditions we continue to meet and maintain on a daily basis.
Okay, thank you. And then it was kind of hard to tell from the pictures, but how close is the water quality pond to the creeks along the property? And is there a chance that the creeks could become contaminated or anything?
Probably a better question for a water quality expert, but we don't have a contaminant that would endanger any of those waterways anyway, other than organic material. The same branches, leaves, grass that would end up in any waterway.
All right, thank you. And then last question that I didn't see presented, like say if there was anything to occur, is do you guys have emergency systems in place? Like if anything occurred, you know, like with the, I know you said it's organic, but do you guys have emergency systems in place for your business?
Oh, absolutely. And on our office buildings on the site, there's also emergency contacts and phone numbers that are posted. We've done walkthroughs with South Adams County Fire Department to make sure that we're within the fire codes and that we have the right spacing in our fire lanes. We have fire hydrants on place. We actually have temperature monitoring processes that we execute on a daily and weekly basis and monitor and log to make sure that we understand what the temperature of any pile is on the site at any given time. And then with our regular inventory processes, we know exactly how much material is coming in and out of the site on a daily, weekly, monthly basis.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions for either staff or the applicant? Seeing none. Mr. Gibson, did anybody register to speak on this matter?
Mayor Huseman, no members of the public registered to speak on this matter, and no written comments were submitted by the deadline.
Great, thank you. At this time, I'm going to close the public hearing. And before we move into the votes, I just want to say thank you to A1 Organics for your partnership with the city. It is nice that we do have those green yard waste drop-off events and everything, and do appreciate your partnership in helping us keep the city clean.
It's our pleasure. We enjoy them.
Great. First, I'm looking for a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case CU 121-19-21. Mayor Pro Tem
So moved.
and Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case number CU 121-19-21. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote by show of hands. Please use your hands in the physical window so they can be counted. And that is going to pass 9-0. Next, I am looking for a motion and a second to enter the findings and approve conditional use permit CU 121-19-21 as reflected in the permit document in the packet. Mayor Pro Tem,
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
Have a motion and second to enter the findings and approve conditional use permit CU 121-19-21 as reflected in the permit document in the packet. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst.
Hand up by mistake.
Seeing no request for discussion, we will take a voice vote. Please use your physical hands in the chat window so your vote can be counted. And that will also pass 9-0. Next on the agenda are ordinances on first reading. We have one ordinance, 2326, a local affairs grant. Does anyone on council have any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by Council S, seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2326. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to introduce by Council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2326. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, before we move to a vote, I just want to say I think that this grant is a blessing for our city, and I'm very glad that we have received it. My only hope is that there is not a stigma within the department to dissuade officers from using mental health services whenever they need it. So I hope that we are proactively encouraging the use of these funds, especially since it doesn't come from us, and making sure that our officers are getting the help that they need. Thank you, Mr. Tinklenberg. And we'll ask the city clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
Ordinance 2326, an ordinance amending the 2021 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Colorado Department of Local Affairs grant in the amount of $26,000 for officers' mental health support program and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Councilmember Madera.
Yes.
Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Yes.
Councilmember Noble.
Yes.
Councilmember Guardiola.
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank.
Yes.
Mayor Huseman.
Yes.
Passes unanimously 9-0.
Very good. Thank you very much. And next on the agenda is administrative council business. The first item under administrative council business is the city manager search finalists. Last week, the city council presented 3 semifinalists for the city manager position to the community. The council is continuing to evaluate the candidates, but is determined not to continue consideration of Mark Rooney. We hope to have a decision on final candidate or candidates in the coming weeks. Mr. Tinglenberg, I would like to call a special meeting on Monday, April 12th to have another executive session on this topic. Can you please schedule, can the schedule accommodate that for a 1-hour executive session?
Yes, sir.
Very good, thank you. Does anybody else on council have any comments regarding this agenda item? Councilmember Noble?
Not this agenda item specifically, but do we need to make a vote regarding an extra half hour?
No, the meeting started at 7:26 this evening, and so we can go until, if my math is correct, 11:56.
That's correct, Mayor.
Ah, okay, I thought it was a 10:30.
URA meeting is not included in the ordinance that was passed by council limiting this and time of meetings to 4.5 hours. So the official start of the council meeting this evening was 7:26 p.m. and 4.5 hours.
And I must say, we are making good time, by the way.
We are, thank you. Does anybody have any comments on this item for the city manager search finalists? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next one. Next up is a letter, consensus letter from the Metro Mayor Caucus regarding Senate Bill 21-62. Looking for a motion and a second to ratify the letter and the mayor's signature thereon. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second to ratify the letter and my signature thereon. There was some changes before I get into further discussion on this. There were some changes last week. Originally, the Metro Mayor's Caucus was intending on trying to work with the bill sponsors in order to come up with a bill that they felt that they could live with. And after conversations and reaching out, they determined that there would not be an opportunity to come up with a bill that they could live with and instead have voted to oppose it. This letter would be a letter sent to the bill sponsors and the governor basically stating why they opposed the letter or the bill. The legislative subcommittee 3 weeks ago did vote in to oppose this on a city standpoint. Councilmember Noble.
The bill's co-sponsor is Representative Adrian Benavides, who represents a great portion of Commerce City. I reached out to Representative Benavides because I wanted to better understand the bill, the background, and what is involved before voting on anything. And this is her reply. We've been working with law enforcement and many stakeholders. No victims groups oppose. It really gives discretion to the arresting officers. It allows sheriffs and jails to better manage their jails. For example, with failure to appear bench warrants, if any witnesses were there when you were supposed to be in court, then they can arrest you. Up to a third of those in jail are there for an FTA, that is a failure to appear, because they can't afford to bond out. So say it was just that you forgot to go to court on your traffic ticket. It's better to release you than keeping you in jail. Many have said people won't get arrested for stealing a car, for example, but under the bill, if the officer sees you steal it or has a reason to believe you did, a witness tells him, or if you are a flight risk or likely to offend again, you can be arrested. Some of the language came from law enforcement. The Attorney General's office is on board, as is the Department of Public Safety. That includes the State Patrol and the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. It's needed to keep people out of jail for low-level crimes because they can't afford bail. It doesn't stop municipal or county authorities from using a bond schedule, so arrested people will continue to pay their bond as they do now to get out of jail quicker. It has passed the Senate Judiciary Committee and will be heard in appropriations after the budget is finished in a couple of weeks.
Councilmember Hurst.
My comment was on a different motion, but I consider all that. It still sounds like we're given an excuse to get out of responsibility in our society, and I'll never support that.
Councilmember Madera.
You know, something rubbed me the wrong way when Adrian Benavidez's people sent out an email over the weekend, and just going through it, it was telling all the police chiefs why they were wrong in not supporting this bill, because there's been opposition across the board on this bill, and every single reason was you don't understand the bill. There's a caveat, but who's making that judgment? It really comes down to it's allowing a lot more judgment to be passed on. And I think it's going to be more detrimental after everything that happened this past year, and all the crime that we witnessed and the increase in crime across the metro area. Doesn't be releasing everyone. And part of the bill that really bothered me was it's not just limited to lower level crimes. It's it goes up to some pretty significant crimes that aren't victimless. And so what are we telling the victims of these crimes when you're letting their someone who harmed them out on the street again, and they're not locked up? So I can't support this, and I support this draft letter.
Councilmember Hurst.
I'm sorry, I did have my hand up for the next motion, but to clarify my position, it's not that I don't support trying to make our court system more efficient, and be able to process these low-level crimes much more efficiently. But CDPS doesn't have a jail to run, so yeah, they're not going to oppose it. Everybody that has a jail to run or has a piece in the jail to run opposes it. So there's plenty in there that removes responsibility from the person responsible for the crime, and I'm again always going to have a problem with that.
Councilmember Noble.
I think the real effort here was to simply even the playing field. If you have money, you can bail yourself out. If you don't have money, you can't. And that was no matter the crime, the same exact crime, you can bail yourself out because you have the money. And if you don't have the money, you can't. And I think that Representative Benavidez was making a good faith effort to represent her constituents with this bill.
Councilmember Hurst.
No more comment on this one.
Seeing no more requests for comment, we will take a voice vote. Please use your physical hands in the chat window to vote in favor of my signature being attached to the Metro Mayor Caucus letter. And that is going to pass by a vote of 6-3. Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Noble. Sorry, I need the hands one more time so I can see again. Actually, it's going to be 7-2 with Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Noble voting no. Thank you for that.
Mayor, I just want to check on the Mayor Pro Tem may have had her hand raised. I
Okay.
was looking at it, so.
Oh,
Sorry.
there it is. Okay.
I'm behind. There I am.
All right, thank you. So it'll pass 8-1 with Councilmember Noble voting no. Next up is approval of speed radar sign locations and funding. Will Brent Soderlin, City Engineer, please introduce the item?
Yeah, good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. Tonight, I'm gonna go over the locations of the speed radar sign and then some funding options. So we're proposing to put the speed radar signs at the following locations. The 6100 block of Olive Street, 98th Avenue in Walden, 102nd and Landmark Drive, South Lawn Parkway between Landmark and Reunion Parkway, Parkside Drive between 112th and Reunion, 112th near Kalispell Street, the 6700 block of Kearney Street, the 6300 block of Holly, Highway 2 south of Rosemary, and then east 112th near Lima Street. We received 3 quotes for speed radar signs. We got a quote from RU2 for $85,750. We got a quote from Carmarna for $76,000, and then radar signs for $57,000. We got 10, or all quotes were for 10 units, including labor. All 3 products include the slow down sign that you can also get with the speed radar sign. And then the radar sign and the RU2 included the additional red, blue flashing option. And what we're recommending is that we choose the radar sign option for $57,000. And this includes the slow down side and the red, blue flasher options. There was not a specific funding source in the 2021 budget. So there's 2 options for your consideration. One would be that we would do a budget transfer from the Core City Signal Program, which is a CIPP budget, or City Council could authorize additional funds for the speed radar signs. Does anybody have any questions for me at this time?
Mr. Soderlin, looking at the documentation for the radar signs, I see that logging is an option. Is that included in this quote, the ability for these signs to be capturing speed data that our police department can use for targeted enforcement?
So there is some ability to log in using Wi-Fi for these radar signs, yes.
Okay, so these signs can actually collect data as well as just alert motorists.
Yes, well, but we did not include that option as part of the I guess the cost estimate. I'm sure that would be an additional amount to be able to collect that kind of data. I can check into that for you.
Did any of the other signs automatically include that?
Let me go back and look. No, we did not include that in any of the other signs either.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Soderlin or city staff regarding this item? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to concur with staff's recommendation of the radar sign product line as well as installation locations subject to identification of funds. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to concur with staff's recommendation of the radar sign product line as well as installation locations subject to the identification of funds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst.
Can we add the data collection cost? Because I'm going to run a motion to, obviously it would have to pass, but just make a transfer out of the general budget to general fund to fund this program because I think it's very important.
Mr. Sutherland, what do you estimate we would need to include in the funds there for the data logging ability?
I'm guessing probably an additional $20,000. So I'm guessing.
Okay. Is there any other discussion regarding this one? Seeing none, we'll take a voice vote. Please use your physical hands in the chat window so your vote can be counted. And that is going to pass 9-0. Thank you. Councilmember Hurst.
I'd like to run a motion to fund that program as recommended with a $25,000 buffer in order to cover the cost for the Wi-Fi data collection.
I have a motion to fund the program from the general fund through a reallocation of funds. Mr. Sheasley, does that require an ordinance to reallocate?
Checking the charter right now. From the general fund, council can by motion transfer unencumbered balances within the same city fund. And so I would have to ask the city manager if he knows what funds are available or where we are transferring between funds.
Mr. Tinklenberg, do you have an answer that could clear this up for us?
Pardon me. I have the authority to move money between accounts within the general fund. If we're going to move money from the fund balance, then that would require an ordinance from the city council. So let me do some little sleuthing with the finance director, and we can either we can bring back an ordinance for you, or based on your motion, if council approves that, you know, we can proceed if we have funds elsewhere that I can move.
Okay, so Mr. Sheasley, how should this motion go? Should it go as stated, or should it go to prepare an ordinance for?
I think it should go as stated with the caveat that that be consistent, if determined to be consistent with the charter, if that works. And if it passes, then it'll happen, or you'll see an ordinance back.
Thank you. Are you good with that amendment, Mr. Hurst?
I accept the amendment.
Thank you. Councilmember Madera.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second to approve either the transfer of funds in the amount up to $82,000 for these signs, or to have staff prepare an ordinance. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we will do a voice vote. Please use your physical hands in the chat window. And that is going to pass 9-0. Great. Do any other members of council have administrative business they would like to partake upon this evening? Councilmember Hurst.
I'd like to run a motion to allocate the $6,000 requested for 2021 for the Imagination Library Program.
I have a motion to allocate $6,000 for the 2021 costs of the Imagination Library Program. Is there a second? Councilmember Wadiola.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to allocate that $6,000. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll take a voice vote. Please use your physical hands in the chat window. And that is going to pass 9-0. Thank you. Did you have another motion, Mr. Hurst?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Councilmember Alan Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I had some concerns. I brought this up before with the city staff, and just wanted to know, can we get some information or a letter sent out to the RTD representative for District K? I don't know if I've been getting a lot of complaints from constituents as well. If someone could look into how bad the upkeep of the RTD bus stops are, especially along, the Walmart area. A lot of them have trash. So, this is a real concern. Some of them don't even have trash cans or anywhere decent to sit. So, I think, at some point for our residents and those people passing through Commerce City, they should have at least decent bus stops. I want to see if staff can look into that and give the mayor and other council an update, because it looks really bad on several areas. So that's one concern. If if the staff can give the mayor and other council an update on that, because I've been getting a lot of complaints from constituents with the upkeep. And I've seen in other cities, they do like send RTD staff to at least hose them down every once in a while and make sure the trash is empty. And then another concern, I don't know when the last time city staff or the mayor city council took a ride along the 270 trail, going along the Sand Creek trail. Me and my husband took a bike ride over there this weekend, and there's quite a bit of big homeless camps, but the worst part is there's several needle syringes on the trail. A lot of constituents, other residents, people were out there with their kids, and there's a lot of syringes and needs a major cleanup along that trail. So I was wondering if someone can reach out to someone to get, it's not safe for anybody to be walking that trail, and then there's children on the trail as well. So that's basically all I had for tonight. But if you can let us know, and the mayor, and follow up, and to the mayor and other city council. Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any administrative council business? Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. With the recent passing of some regulation in our neighboring cities related to street racing and drag racing, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to investigate what might be appropriate for Commerce City and bring back information to council to consider.
A motion to direct staff to investigate ordinances related to street racing. Councilmember Wadiola.
I would second that motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll take a voice vote. Please use your physical hands in the chat window. And that is going to pass 9-0. Did you have another motion, Councilmember Grimes?
No, that's all.
Thank you. Does anybody else on council have any administrative council business? Seeing none, I just have one. The public art that was installed on Tower Road looks pretty grimy, looks pretty dingy. It looks like from all the snow and ice stuff getting flung up on it, it doesn't look like it's been cleaned in a while. So would ask that we get out there and clean up our art that we have advertised to residents, how wonderful it is that we've installed, and then try to figure out some kind of a program to make sure that this public art that's been installed maintains its condition so that it can be enjoyed for future generations as well. There's also, while we're out there, there's tire treads that have been kicked off trucks that are sitting up on the median. There's blocks from the concrete from where the medians have been smacked by vehicles and caused them to shatter, and those blocks are just sitting up there. So I think we could just do a little bit better to improve the condition of some of our most traveled roads. Okay. Seeing no other request for administrative council business, we'll move on to reports. Mr. Tinklenberg.
Certainly, thank you. So city manager's office, the 2022 work plan, as you know, is underway. And June Ramos sent a message to all of you on Sunday, and basically talking about combining some of those priority areas into 3 main goals for council to consider. And we tentatively had scheduled April 29 or proposed April 29 for follow-up, but that only works for 5 people at this point. So we'll try another time, but is there a particular day of the week that would work better for all of you? I know Fridays were not popular. Thursday apparently doesn't work because the 29th is a Thursday. Saturdays were not popular, so a little difficult finding a day and time. So any guidance, or else we'll just send out a doodle poll and see what we come up with.
I think preference would be to send a doodle poll out again and see if we can come up with a consensus.
All right, we'll give it a shot. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was this for?
This is would be for the 3rd session for goal setting for 2022. Moving on then to American Rescue Plan. Councilmember Noble mentioned that earlier. We do have $10 million approximately that will be coming to Commerce City. One half of it will be coming within several weeks, and the other half would come a year from now. And so staff is working on a list of project options for your consideration. So we'll give you a menu to choose from and take it from there. And then community development. I don't know if you noticed this, but the director, Jason Rogers, has been appointed to the Water Quality Control Commission. That was a nomination by the governor, and he has been confirmed by the state senate. So we have a member on that board. So congratulations to him. In terms of the comprehensive plan, the do-it-yourself stakeholder kits are ready to be deployed, and we'll be using multiple media platforms to push information out about that. Land use cases, we've been seeing those kind of bounce back and forth between 160 to 175. Well, now we're at 179. And to give you perspective, a city that is 277,000 population has about the same number of land use cases as we do. So that gives you an indication of the level of activity that is going on here in Commerce City. Platte Place subdivision, that's going to be approved tomorrow, April 6th. And then the water softening project, the temporary conditional or certificates of occupancy were issued for those, and that softened water is now being distributed. So hopefully if you have a water softening system in your house, you've made that adjustment already. Housing Consortium, the staff has met with Adams County staff, and they're working on a timeline for joining that, and then we will be bringing that information to you. And the emergency rental assistance, we have a soft launch on that program on March 29, and community relations is working with Adams County on getting communications out about that, but we already have 7 applications that are pending. No other cities have that number that are pending. And then in addition, for community relations, they're working on preparing to get the word out on the weed ordinance that was approved. Under economic development, I'm sure you saw that Dairy Queen opened last week up in the North Range. And then Dick's Sporting Goods Park, economic development assisted them in obtaining 2 5-star certifications for operation of the stadium. And that allows them to proceed with plans for the summer season. Finance, the annual audit is going to be, well, it was started last fall, and they always come back in the spring to finish it up. And so Ide Bailey will be here April 19 to May 7 to finish that up. And, I missed one item under economic development. The Paycheck Protection Program, Congress extended that deadline from March 31 to May 31. So there's additional time for people to apply. Let's see, human relations. We've only had 5 employees separate from the city in the first quarter of this year. So that's good. Information technology, the hybrid meeting issues we had on Tuesday night of last week, they have done their troubleshooting with the AV vendor, and they discovered that there was a Zoom room update Monday night. So it was operating good all day Monday. And then Monday night we had that update to the system, and it was not compatible with our AV network. So the vendor has updated the AV network to make sure that it works with the system in the future. Parks, Recreation, Golf, just wanted to let you know that the Community Navigator started this morning. So we have that employee on board. And let's see, just a couple of things under Public Works, the 104th Avenue signals. We anticipate that Idalia and Walden will be finished this month. And then following that, the staff will work on coordinating all the signals, the length of Highway 2, or for 104th from Highway 2 east. And then 88th Avenue project, the build grant application will be going in by April 16. So that's just a quick update for city operations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Tinklenberg regarding his report? Seeing none, just want to thank you and everybody on your team for all the hard work. Does any other, Mr. Sheasley?
Sure, just briefly, I had the pleasure last week of testifying to the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission in their inquiry regarding financial assurances in the rulemaking they're going to do later this year. And I am planning on taking leave for the remainder of the week with some exceptions throughout the day. Wanted to let you all know that. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Sheasley? Seeing none, does anyone on council have a report they wish to make? Seeing none, I have a brief one. Participated in the Metro Mayor Caucus meeting last week. There was a presentation from State Senator Winter about the proposed transportation bill that is working its way through the legislature. We're looking at a 2 cent per gallon gas tax increase every 2 years so that they can fund not just additional transportation projects, but also some additional enterprises that would go towards trying to reduce greenhouse emissions and other things like that. Testified, I guess it's almost a week and a half ago, down at the Capitol in favor of the air monitoring bill that was being sponsored by Representative Adrian Benavides, and was on a panel with Commissioner Odorizio during that testimony. And I think that was well received. That bill did pass out of committee with an 8-5 vote, I believe. To the extent of my report, I do believe that we will adjourn the regular city council meeting at this time, and we will start the ECA GID meeting. We'll call the meeting to order and ask the secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huseman,
Present.
Vice Chair Frank,
Present.
Board Member Madera,
Present.
Board Member Alan Thomas,
Present.
Board Member Noble,
Present.
Board Member Wardiola,
Present.
Board Member Hurst,
Present.
Board Member Grimes,
Present.
Board Member Smith,
Present.
Chair Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is the consent agenda. Does anyone on the board wish to remove an item off the consent agenda for further discussion? Seeing no request to do so, I'm looking for a motion in a second to approve the consent agenda. Board Member Grimes,
So moved.
Board Member Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any request for discussion? Seeing none, the secretary is not required to read the titles. We'll do a roll call vote. Please use your physical hands in the chat window.
Chair Huseman, it requires a roll call, not a voice. I
Oh.
apologize if the script is confusing on that.
Oh, it was my fault. I read over it too fast. Will you please do a roll call vote?
Yes, sir. Board Member Madera,
Yes.
Board Member Alan Thomas,
Yes.
Board Member Noble,
Yes.
Board Member Wardiola,
Yes.
Board Member Hurst,
Yes.
Board Member Grimes,
Yes.
Board Member Smith,
Yes.
Vice Chair Frank,
Yes.
Chair Huseman,
Yes.
passes unanimously 9-0.
Thank you. There were no sold consent agenda items, so we will adjourn this meeting. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Have a good night. Have a good week, and we'll see you next week.